Good morning, councillors. Good morning, executive. And good morning to those joining us in the digital gallery. I note we have no one with us this morning in the physical gallery. It's my privilege to declare the ordinary meeting of the Tuesday the 24th of May 2022 open. And in so doing, I note a full attendance of councillors, albeit that Councillor Swamborough is dialing in remotely today for health reasons. Therefore, there are no apologies, and we have a full attendance also of the executive team. So it's my privilege now for us, in considering the opening of the meeting, to pause and reflect on the great relationship with this country that our traditional owners have, and to acknowledge their connection to country and the wonderful work of their elders, past, present and emerging, in the continued nurture of their culture, and I pay my respects to them accordingly. We now turn to prayers, and it's a privilege this morning to welcome Reverend David Hawke from the Valley Church in Canungra. David, thank you for joining us.
Pleasure.
And we're in your hands, please.
I missed that last comment, sorry.
We're in your hands.
Okay. Well, let us pray. And thank you for the privilege of being able to do this. Heavenly Father, we do thank you for the honour and privilege of being able to speak to you, the great Creator. And on behalf of the people of the Scenic Rim, to be able to come and pray for this region, to pray for our council, to pray for the people that work in our region is a wonderful thing. And we don't pray in vain. We know that you listen, and we know that you hear, and we know that you respond. And so we pray for this wonderful region that we live in and that we work in. We thank you for the beauty of this area, and we realise that as the years go by, things change. We know urbanisation moves south and people populate this area and things change. And we thank you that we have a council that has a vision for this region, that has ideas of how to manage that process and create a beautiful place, even more beautiful than what it is today. We thank you that we have councillors that have given their lives to manage these processes, and we know they spend so much time looking after the region and the issues that are here, and it's a great privilege to pray for them personally as they turn away from their own problems and deal with ours. We thank you that as a church, as the group of churches in this region, we can support them in prayer. And so for Greg and Derek, for Jeff and Virginia, Michael and Marshall and Duncan, we pray a blessing on their lives and on their homes. We know it's an old word, blessing, but it simply means to be empowered to succeed, to be empowered to prosper, to have their lives work out wonderfully well, and they have joy and contentment in what they do. We also pray for John Gibbons. We thank you for giving us a chief executive officer with the skills that he has, and we pray a blessing on him and his team and everyone that worked in the office today. We pray that this meeting will be successful, productive. It will be a meeting that goes down as a very successful meeting. I pray for wisdom, and I pray for great ideas and intuitive ideas to meet the needs of our region. Today we put each one in your hands, and thank you for your divine blessing in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you indeed, David, for joining us, and thank you for that support in prayer. Greatly appreciated. Do understand that you have duties to attend to. You are welcome to continue with us in the digital gallery, but we respect that you two are playing a leadership role in our community, and we thank you for that.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Councillors, we turn to item 5 on our agenda, declarations of prescribed or declarable conflicts of interest by members. Are there any such declarations to advise the meeting of today? Business before us, Councillor Enright?
No, Mayor.
Any declarations? No, I believe that's negative from all. Thank you, councillors. I'll take the shaking of heads as an indication of none to declare. Just move to item 6, announcements, and councillors, I will, with your indulgence, just make one brief announcement. Councillors, in keeping with a request from the Commonwealth Flag Officer, I'm pleased to advise that Council will fly the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders flag for National Sorry Day, which is Thursday the 26th of May, just 2 days away, and also throughout National Reconciliation Week, which is Friday the 27th of May 2022 to Friday the 3rd of June 2022. National Sorry Day and National Reconciliation Week, of course, recognise the significance of these events for all Australians, and it is fitting that we join in this demonstration of respect for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and culture. For clarity, I would note that these actions will only be possible in situations where Council has 2 or more flagpoles. Thank you. We have no deputations this morning, and I've not been notified of any petitions to be tabled at item 7. We therefore come to item 8 on our agenda, which is the confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting of the 10th of May. There is a recommendation before us that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 10th of May 2022 be adopted. Councillors, I seek a mover firstly. Councillor West. Now, are there any questions or follow-ups to those or concerns with those minutes? Councillors, if not, seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Any need to discuss, Councillor?
No, thank you.
Anyone seeking leave to speak? Put the motion. Those in favour. Councillor Swamborough. Councillor Swamborough, are you affirmative or?
Yeah,
yep. Thank you.
In favour.
Thank you. I just couldn't see your hand up. So thank you for that. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Move to item 9. Not aware of any items to follow up today. So we move forward to item 10, which is consideration of the business before us today, and we come to item 10.1. CEO, would you please introduce this item?
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, councillors, executive officers, members of the public listening at home. Item 10.1 is the appointment of councillors to various committees and forums. As councillors are aware, we have worked hard on this process over recent years to separate the representative roles into a Table A and also a Table B, with Table A consisting of those committee and other representative roles where a resolution is required, often on an annual basis. And Table B consists of voluntary roles of councillors and direct appointments by ministers, for example, and we have attached a letter to this report which was received from Minister Furner inviting the appointment of the Mayor to a committee, and those also that relate to the divisions that for each councillor. Table A on pages 10 to 12 identifies in italics where appointments of councillors are required, along with the number of councillors required. It's also noted and made clear where some committees are no longer functioning, so this is the first year in which that's the case, and they will then be removed from that table. In the report, we have included prior resolutions as well to assist councillors. Through this process, councillors also appoint a deputy mayor, as has been on a rotational basis since 2016. And councillors will recall that we record each councillor who is nominated, so the nominator, the applicable councillor, so and a mover and a seconder, and we create a list that also accompanies the minutes. Should there be more than one nomination per representative position, then, as is usual, councillors may wish to move a motion to appoint and then vote at that time. And those remaining representative roles for which only the correct number of nominees has been made, the usual process is that we cover those in a combined or a blanket resolution at the end. I just thought it was handy, Mr Mayor, just to provide that recap about the process today.
Thank you, CEO. Obviously, at the top of that list today is the conversation about Deputy Mayor. Firstly, before we talk about that, are there any clarifications to the explanation or the process? It's been 12 months. If not, I'd acknowledge that in the Deputy Mayor role, it's been Councillor Enright has played that role very effectively in this past 12 months, and certainly as we look at that consideration today, I would certainly like to acknowledge the gravitas that he has brought to the role, the clarity of process thinking, and the diligence to be available sometimes on short notice where that his role was required. And certainly I'd be asking the chamber to consider providing Councillor Enright with the same respect that was provided to Councillor McGuinness, and considering, whilst we review each 12 months, to consider a further 12-month appointment in that role. Sorry, Councillor Enright, did you wish to speak at all? No, sorry. I'm just passing that as a comment to open the dialogue today. That's comment. Any comments regarding the role and your year?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would actually, and thank you for those very kind remarks. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to be the Deputy Mayor of Scenic Regional Council for the last 12 months. It has been a privilege to be appointed to this role. It's been a privilege for me to work alongside the Mayor during this time and to represent the Mayor on a number of occasions. It's certainly given me a greater appreciation of the huge workload, the energy, the strategic thinking and the passion of our Mayor. It's given me a better understanding of the Mayor's advocacy beyond our region and the respect that is held for him in these areas. It's also given me a greater appreciation of our CEO and the executive team for their expertise, passion and commitments to their respective roles. We as a council and as a community are fortunate to have them in our council. It has been a year of great success and many achievements. It has also been a year of many challenges that we have tackled head on, and I'd say conquering most. Should the majority of my fellow councillors choose to reappoint me for another year, I would accept that and appreciate that. If they don't, I also respect that decision.
So, councillors, I'm aware that there were some, perhaps some other comments, but before I move I'm flagging a motion from the chair, and then we'll see how that proceeds on the floor. Were there other questions or comments on this item? Councillor McGuinness?
Yes, Mayor, and it's interesting you draw that comment about myself being two years in a row. They were in two different councils, so it wasn't on the same council that was the case. So just for openness and completeness, I think I should mention that.
Totally correct, councillor. That's nonetheless, it was a decision of this council to extend for a second year. Thank you. Yep.
Sorry, it was a decision of the two different councils to actually appoint me as Deputy Chair.
It was a decision of this council to provide a second year. Yes. So, Councillor McCollum?
Yeah, I do have a couple of questions here, Mr Mayor. Is there a position description or similar document that clearly details the roles and responsibilities of the Deputy Mayor?
Councillor, the same as there is for the Mayor and councillors. The provisions, the requirements of the role are defined in the Act. There are no separate position descriptions. That would be presumptuous of council, and therefore, for clarity, in section 12 of the Act and also section 165, but in particular the role of the Deputy Mayor. The Deputy Mayor acts for the Mayor during the absence or temporary incapacity of the Mayor, or B, a vacancy in the office of Mayor. That is the specific clarification of the role. Do you have?
Yeah, I have another question if I can, please, Mr. Mayor.
You may.
In the absence of any such document, what do you believe are the responsibilities, delegated authorities, or any such operating principles for the role?
As per the Act, Councillor, there are no delegated authorities for the role. The role is very specifically identified to play that role in the absence or temporary incapacity of the Mayor. Further, if I were to look further into section 12, particularly with the additional duties of the Mayor, I note paragraph 5, a councillor who is not the Mayor may perform the Mayor's extra responsibilities only if the Mayor delegates the responsibility to the councillor. And when performing a responsibility, a councillor must serve the overall public interest of the whole local government area.
Thank you. And just my last question, how do you operationalise the role of the Deputy Mayor?
Councillor, as per the Act, in practice there are some existing decisions of council that have clarified that for instance, in the performance review in the current CEO arrangement, that the Deputy Mayor is the joint member of that performance review. I note that may well be a different situation in the future, but that is what is currently in place. But beyond that, its involvement and awareness where that is relevant, particularly for the Deputy Mayor to potentially need to step in or understand sufficiently to be able to perform properly to represent the region, beyond what is discussed generally with all councillors. There are times where there are time-sensitive matters that require more pressing timing for that preparation and context of proceeding on that behalf.
Thank you.
Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just want to mention that when we adopted the resolution that we would review the Deputy Mayor's position annually, which was in the previous term of council, it was really about councillors being afforded an opportunity to learn, to experience. It was about an experiencing and growing in that role rather than just one particular council. And I believe it has worked really well. Not everybody is interested in the position, but certainly there are others who are interested. And I certainly think Councillor Enright has done an amazing job, and thank you for the last year. But I guess it's about experience and opportunity. And I do note that a council who joins us have now also started appointing their Deputy Mayor on a yearly basis, which hadn't been the case.
Thank you. They do. I'm aware of a few who are now, Councillor, as you say, adopting that approach for the same. And they did approach, just for transparency, they did approach for a conversation about what the rationale had been when they were considering it. So it certainly has merits. It has challenges, but it certainly has merits. So to be able to move past, obviously this is one of the major ones on the list today, I would propose a motion from the Chair for Council to support the reappointment of Councillor Enright for a further 12-month period to the role of Deputy Mayor. He certainly has demonstrated that capacity. Seek a seconder. Lack of a seconder, then the motion will lapse. Okay. So we continue on with consideration. Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor. Just before offering a nomination, I congratulate Councillor Enright on the role that he's done. It's interesting, and I think it was a great idea that there was a number of times that he actually had was mentioned in press releases as Deputy Mayor, and whoever is the Deputy Mayor, it's I think it's a good good lead to follow there, and I do once again congratulate Councillor Enright on the role that he's done. But I would like to nominate Councillor McConnell for the position of Deputy Mayor, please. Thank you.
Councillor McGuinness, seconder. Councillor Chalk, just to speak to your motion, Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor, as Councillor West has pointed out, we actually started this in the first year of the previous term, and I think it does give an opportunity for all councillors, well, a number of councillors, you can't have all councillors do it, but a number of councillors to understand the business better, to actually to see what really does go on behind, I shouldn't use the term closed doors, not in a nasty way, but there is a lot of things that go on that public shouldn't really see, and I don't hide away from that position, but there's an understanding of council there that councillors have to have, and I believe that Councillor McConnell would fulfil this role very adequately for the council, and I think he would grow from it and understand the council better, and it would be good for our community too.
Anyone wishing to speak against the nomination? I will speak against that. One of the learnings from the first term is that, and this was feedback from a number of those who filled the role, that they really recognised the benefit of having had a full prior term before stepping into the role, so that they got a grasp of the full gamut of matters that they would have to consider, so that when they did step into the Deputy Mayor role, they had those foundations well established. From my experience with Councillor McConnell, I believe there are still some of those foundations that are less than what I think is stable for the Deputy Mayor, and whilst I agree that this is a role for learning and for development, there's a balance between how much time can be invested in that as well with the busy schedule that's going on. For me, I am concerned that this may be premature. Not that it's not admirable to have that desire, but that there is, from my perspective, further development to be ready for the role. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Mayor, thank you. I would endorse those comments from my own experience, that while I had the opportunity in the first term, I felt that I required the fullness of a complete term, and there were that experience, I think, is important, as you've said, to get the fullness of the role. So I would endorse those comments in this particular case.
Councillor Swanborough, were you wishing? I heard you rustling there.
I'd like to speak in favour of the motion.
Thank you, Councillor.
Mr Mayor, Councillor McConnell is not new to local government. He's been working in local government for at least a decade that I'm aware of in his role as SES coordinator, liaising with council all the time. But more importantly, he's been liaising with emergency services, the police, the ambulance, the fire brigade, and he's demonstrated the leadership in those positions, which is important coming into the role as deputy mayor. And he's been on council now for 2 years. He's had adequate time to understand the role of the mayor and the deputy mayor, and I think he'd make a very good deputy mayor, and that's the reason why I'm going to support the resolution today.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak against? Anyone else wishing to speak additionally? No. You want to close, Councillor McGuinness?
No, I'm right, Mayor. I
Okay.
just endorse his nomination.
Sorry, I'm presuming Councillor McConnell is accepting the nomination from his earlier gesture.
That is correct, Mr Mayor.
Those in favour?
Councillor Swanborough in favour.
Those against? The motion's carried.
Division, please, Mr Mayor.
Division called. Are those in favour? Divisions 1, 2, 3, 5 and 6. Those against? Mayor and Division 4. Congratulations, Councillor. I look forward to progressing with that development process. We move to item 2. Now we move through the list. As we said, I guess by exception, any variations down the list?
Mayor, the bottom two.
Sorry, what do you refer to as the
So,
bottom?
sorry,
two?
the list, the two on the list of 10. Do you want to work through them first, or
Well, I'm trying to work out what bottom of list you're talking about.
the
because
list
runs
of
multiple pages.
12 items there? I was just
Yes.
wondering. I thought they were deleted because those two things, the Council of Mayor's Economic Development Working Group and the
so
Rural
that's-
Communities things, special interest group is no longer applicable in to my knowledge. I thought
That
they
is
were-
correct, Councillor. They were removed. I think this is a carryover template, but Councillor Mayor's Economic Development Working Group no longer exists.
Yes, that's correct, Mayor. And when we get to the item with the operational plan, you'll see that I've asked the General Manager, People and Strategy, Councillor McGuinness, to update that in the operational plan so we start referring to it as the Legacy Working Group.
Sorry. However, for the purposes of this matter, those two items should be removed. I agree. They no longer exist by decision of the Council of Mayors. Thank you.
If I could, Mr Mayor.
Yes,
I'd like to nominate Councillor West for the Beaudesert Rural Fire Brigade Group and myself as a proxy.
Councillor West, you.
Oh, thank you. Look, I'm happy to accept that. I've been on that committee before for a long time, so. And
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. No other nominations? And noted that that's endorsed without exception. Well, we go down the list.
Yeah.
Booner. Any desire to change? That's Councillors Chalk and McGuinness continue. Northern Rivers Joint Organisation, Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, I'd like to stay on that committee. Thanks, please.
Any other nominations? The RSIS reference group has also been removed, so just note that as we move through. So we now move to the Local Area Finance Committee for Rural Fires.
Mayor, I'm happy to nominate for that, having done that before. Thank you.
Councillor West, any other nominations? it's a very limited, demanding role. It's not a big workload. Thank you, Councillor. The Arts Reference Group.
Yeah, I'm happy to remain in that role if that's acceptable.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to remain proxy. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The Audit and Risk Committee. Somewhat.
Happy to nominate Councillor McConnell for that role.
It's just worth clarifying that it's expected that the Mayor will continue with being on the Audit and Risk Committee. I note the nomination of Councillor McConnell and seek a proxy.
I'll accept that if Councillor Enright will come proxy.
Yes, happy to be proxy.
I note that we now move to the Regional Prosperity Leadership Alliance, which has already had its initial membership identified by separate resolution and is yet to implement.
That is correct, Mayor. In the terms of reference, the Mayor was appointed chair, so I would imagine is automatically would stay in that role. And we transitioned the Regional Skills Investment Strategy councillors onto that as a part of those terms of reference until such time as this process occurred today. And what that says in the terms of reference is that there's a councillor and I have appreciated there being a proxy in the Regional Skills Investment Strategy group, so if council was wanting to go down that path, I would be appreciative of that.
I'm happy to stay on that committee, Mr. Mayor.
Likewise, Mayor.
And I'm happy to continue as the proxy, if necessary.
Thank you. Okay. Rivers Improvement Trust.
Yeah, I'm happy to continue my involvement.
Two
Also.
nominees. Councillor Chalk and McGuinness remain. Region Roads and Transport Group.
Yes, I would like to continue on that, please.
Thank you. Councillor, any other nominations? No. Thank you, Councillor. The SEQ Regional Legacy Working Group. That's again being dealt with through a separate resolution, and I believe because it's at the Council Mayor's continuing as Mayor, and then as we agreed at the time, unless there's a different view from Council, that the Divisional Councillor predominantly representing Beaudesert and Corralbin as proxy.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Enright for that one, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, happy to
As proxy.
accept that as proxy.
It doesn't say it on the last column of what's on the...
Sorry.
It says +1, all the others say proxy, and this one doesn't say...
Sorry, I'm not sure which page it's.
Sorry, page 12 of the agenda.
So it says Mayor ongoing with Divisional Council predominantly representing Beaudesert and Corralbin as proxy.
So Councillor Enright will become the proxy.
In the last column,
Yep.
it doesn't say proxy.
And the last two are removed. Okay. That moves us. CEO, I think we're back in your hands.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors, for going through that process. So the recommendation is that in accordance with the respective nominations list above, the council appoint councillors as council representatives on internal and external committees and forums for the period May 2022 to May 2023 as shown on Table A. Council note number 2, Council note the attendance of the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Divisional Councillors to various committees and forums for the period May 2022 to May 2023 as shown on Table B. 3, Council acknowledge that these appointments will continue to be reviewed annually. And 4, Council advise the organisations of the respective appointed councillor representatives as appropriate.
Councillors, we have a recommendation before us in 4 parts. I seek a mover. Councillor McConnell. Any further discussion to the recommendation? Seek a seconder. Councillor Enright. Wishing to speak to the motion, Councillor McConnell?
No, I'm happy with the motion. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone wishing to seek leave to speak additionally? I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Councillor Swanborough in
That's
favour.
carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move on to item 10.2, which is the Q3 progress report on the operational plan, and we turn to the GM People and Strategy.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, councillors, executive, and to those listening in the gallery. Today, I'm pleased to present the operational plan Q3 progress report. As per previous reports of this nature, what you see before you today is a report that transparently presents any amendments from previous reports or against the operational plan, and a second attachment, which is the final quarterly report. Those amendments, as you can see, have been made largely to clarify any projected dates so that we have a forward plan that is achievable, and also to clarify any key performance indicators or improve measurements of those of performance. Happy to take any questions today.
So, councillors, I know it's tedious, but just so that we can avoid moving back and forwards, I'm going to propose that we work through the version with markup in the attached program so that towards clarity, so I'm always confusing. So I'm now moving to page 5 of 195 of the attachments. Moving through 6.
Sorry, Mayor.
Sorry.
I have some questions that do relate to the executive summary, if that's okay to progress that way. So my first question...
I haven't got to the executive summary.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were on
No.
page 5.
I'm just going through the
Report
so the executive summary
on page 5. Yep.
starts of page 9 of 195.
Oh, no, mine says 5. Oh.
Page 9 of 195.
Oh, I'm on the attachment. I'm on the attachment.
In the attachment, it's page 9 of 195.
In the track change
In the track change version of the attachments under separate colour.
You are correct.
Thank you. I'm just, sorry,
I am wrong.
sorry to belabor, but it's just important because I know there are people who are trying to follow the digital gallery.
Yes.
And that's why I clarified which version to reference.
Correct.
Otherwise, we end up all over the place.
Correct.
So, sorry to be pedantic, but
That's okay. I've been known to be that too.
okay. So please continue with your questions around the executive summary.
Okay. Thank you. My first question does relate to the spectacular scenery and healthy environment, and if I can ask the General Manager of Customer and Regional Prosperity a question. What are the likely outcomes and benefits with Council successfully obtaining $361,000 in funding from the Australian Government to assist in construction of the new fire trails on Tamborine Mountain Western Escarpment?
Thank you, Councillor Enright, for your question. This project will result in the construction of approximately 5.5 kilometres and an upgrade of approximately 9.9 kilometres of fire trails along the western escarpment of Tamborine Mountain. And the project, we believe, will benefit both council and the community by overall reducing the risk of fire along the Western Escarpment, which is considered one of the highest risk areas of Scenic Rim due to the large community bushland interface. The benefits that were identified at the time for applying for this grant identified that improved accessibility of local fire brigades in responding to bushfires in Tamborine, Boyland and Mount Tamborine areas would be beneficial, that there would be improvement in the management of council lands located along the Western Escarpment with the new and improved infrastructure, creating opportunities for hazard reduction burns that are more effective and provide improved environmental outcomes. And the other major benefit we identified was the opportunities to work closely with private landholders and the local brigades to better manage the fire hazard along that Western Escarpment. And since accepting the grant and finalising the grant paperwork, that we formed an advisory team that have met and will now advise on the implementation and commence the planning of the initiation of the project.
Thank you. Further questions on page 9 of 195, councillors? Not, I'll move forward in the executive summary, page 10.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do have a question on page 10 under the heading of Sustainable and Prosperous Economy, and I would again like to direct it to the General Manager of Customer and Regional Prosperity. One of the 5 pillars of the Scenic Rim Regional Prosperity Strategy is business and industry development. Can you please outline the level of engagement that Council has had through this third quarter?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Enright. As outlined in the report, specifically the number of businesses engaged in this quarter is 312, and you will see the target was 50. So I applaud the team for the volume of contact that they have had with directly with our business community. There are other statistics there on the page that are also encouraging, that talk about the number of concept meetings that have been held with our planning office and economic development officers, and the concierge offering that we have, where we help the economic development business and industry officer helps shadow and steer businesses through the organisation to the various functions that they might need for specific support, whether that be through a DA application or some advice on grants or the like. But further to the question, the other work that has been facilitated in this quarter is the delivery of the business development programs, in particular the tourism, digital marketing and business resilient programs, the entrepreneurial hub online program, the supply chain capability program, which were grant funded, and we're grateful to the state and federal government for their commitment. The Escape and the Eat Local Week event planning that occurred with many of the operators across the region, and stakeholder engagement, very thorough stakeholder engagement that occurred in the development of the agribusiness, agri-tourism and the venture nature-based strategies, and the eco accreditation that we're facilitating at the moment, and of course the refresh to the Visit Scenic Rim website that has been we've been doing in partnership and hand in hand with industry and Destination Scenic Rim. We've also conducted quite a number of business welfare checks during the recent rain event. Been checking with primary producers and small businesses and tourism operators that have been hit yet again, time and time again, on the back of COVID and previous rain events, and helping steer them to assistance that they might be able to have access to or be eligible for. We've had a higher than anticipated number of concept and pre-lodgement meetings, as I've said before, and the Regional Prosperity team offer a case management approach to support businesses in wading through those processes, businesses or developers. And we assist in identifying suitable funding for businesses which may be available, and also increasing awareness of assistance available in response, as I said, to those rain events, and mainly in this last event into the agricultural sector. All of the team share attending the Chamber of Commerce meetings and Destination Scenic Rim events, and one member of the team is a non-voting board member of Destination Scenic Rim. That team is priding itself on building new relationships and growing the existing relationships that we have with business in the region, and the Regional Prosperity team has seen those points of contact with local businesses grow, and through either general business inquiries or requests for information, or people seeking to invest in the region. And I'm very pleased with the stats that are in the Q3 report, and we're looking forward to reporting in Q4 because May has been the Queensland Small Business Month, and those contacts and the programs that have been run with industry locally will see even greater representation and support of the local business community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further on page 10 of 195? Page 11?
Sorry, yes, Mayor, I do.
Sorry, on page 10.
Page 10, just at the undo relaxed living and rural lifestyles, and also direct this question to the General Manager of Customer and Regional Prosperity. The draft growth management strategy community consultation occurred during this third quarter. Could you please outline the level and type of engagement from throughout the region?
Thank you for your question. Excuse me, Councillor Enright. The growth management strategy and supporting information was released on Let's Talk Scenic Rim to conduct the community engagement. And we listened to the community's concern about the timeframe for that consultation. It was also extended to ensure that people had an opportunity to review and make comment. We offered hard copies. They were available in the council administration centres and libraries. We ensured that there were notices in our council advertisements in all of the local newspapers that we support on a regular basis. There were regular media releases. Information about the public consultation was also included in the Scenic brochure, the Scenic News brochure. Sorry, I've lost the name of the brochure that goes into Scenic Living, pardon me. The Scenic Living brochure that goes into the ratepayers' envelopes when the rates notices are issued. There were Facebook and LinkedIn updates. There were opportunities for people to request a meeting specifically with the strategic planners, and we're very thrilled that some people took that opportunity up. There were also people that indicated they were not able to meet the timeframe of input, and the strategic planning team afforded them some extensions of time to enable either to go through a committee process to review or to come in one-on-one and have those discussions. Letters to the state government agencies, to neighbouring local government authorities, to local progress associations and chambers of commerce were also issued. Due to COVID, though, there was restrictions at the time, and so the talk to the planner sessions were cancelled, but we encouraged people to still do those conversations either on telephone directly to the officers. We've had a positive response, and there will be a formal report back to Council, but just some statistics on the response. So the growth management page on Let's Talk Scenic Rim received over 1,400 visits during the consultation period. Council received over 500 submissions, which are currently being carefully considered by the strategic planning team and will inform the final GMS. A detailed consultation report will support the final GMS, which will provide a summary of all the submissions received and how all of those matters that have been raised are going to be handled and addressed in the final GMS. The consultation report will also be published on Council's website when that comes through to Council, and the GMS is expected to be finalised around about September 2022 this year.
Thank you.
Move to page 11.
Just a question, Mr Mayor, on that particular topic.
On which topic? On page 10, Councillor, in the executive summary?
On the draft growth management strategy that we were just talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if the General Manager could advise just how many submissions on the growth management strategy were received from Tambourine Mountain.
I'll need to take that on notice, Councillor. I don't have that breakdown with me. Out of the 500 that I've listed today, I don't have the breakdown of those numbers, but I'm happy to come back to you.
Just an estimate would be fine.
Thank you. I'll take that on notice and come back to you with an estimate or the actual numbers.
You don't know the answer?
Councillor, just to be clear, the GM has advised she doesn't have the breakdown with her today to be able to answer that, and takes that question on notice and provide that back to you at a future occasion. That's in case you... Yep.
I prefer it be provided back to the community, Mr Mayor, not to me.
Councillor...
Sorry, I mentioned there were 500. I also mentioned that the consultation report would be presented back to Council and that will be published. So all of those statistics will be in there, but I only have the total number figure with me today.
Okay, thank you. We move on to page 11.
Yes, Mayor, I have a
Further question, Councillor Enright?
Yes, I do, thank you. Under the theme of accessible and serviced region, and I'd like to direct this question to the General Manager of Asset and Environmental Sustainability. My question is, since the How to Reduce Waste Guide was released, how has Council engaged with our community, and what has been the focus of this engagement?
So, thank you, Councillor, for the question. I'd like to take that question in two parts. The first part is actually when the guide was first delivered, there was certainly media attention around that, Facebook posts and certainly posters that have gone up at a lot of our intersecting points with the community, mainly at our customer service desks, our libraries, and also at our transfer stations and waste facility at Bromilton. At the same time, where we actually engage with the community through other avenues, especially within our community and culture area, copies are made available and certainly access to that. We'll acknowledge the Kappa community activities that the Community and Culture Group have put together, and certainly these brochures are certainly available there. We certainly encourage people to go to our website to actually look at the version there. We did print a limited number of copies, understanding that the brochure itself is around reducing waste, but we also understand that there are members of the community that may not be able to access that immediately. So also copies were made available at the Small Business Expo, and certainly encourage people to look at that. The main focus is around the ongoing commitment by ourselves to encouraged by the state to reduce the volume of waste going to landfill, looking at the pillars of either reduction, reduce and recycle within that booklet. So it certainly provides some handy tips and other matters within that booklet that we can all certainly learn ways to change the way in which we handle what is the waste that we sometimes produce.
Thank you for that response. Anything further on page 11? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. This for the General Manager. It's really about under healthy, engaged and resourceful communities. We just wondered if you might just give us a bit more information about the Empower Her hiking program as to the take-up of it, which I know has been very good, but numbers and a few things like that. Thank you.
Thanks for your question, Councillor West. Yes, I think the team had a lot of foresight in applying for this government grant, and especially meeting the need that had been identified by the state government around getting out and being healthy and active for women. It's quite well known that young girls and women don't necessarily engage in sport much beyond their school years, and so this identified need was funded by the state government. The program demand has been wonderful. 87% of the tickets were sold prior to the program actually starting in February when it kicked off. An additional 15 hike dates were added to the schedule to keep up with the demand, and a total of 75 hikes to be delivered over the 5-month program, which is outstanding. 809 tickets have sold as at yesterday's date, and this includes where there's been some cancelled bookings because with weather impacts and the like, there have had to be some. 66% of the bookings were made by visitors to the region. The postcode was outside Scenic Rim, so that had flow-on economic benefits to the region as anticipated. The weather has, as I said, impacted the program with 20 hikes needed to be cancelled, but all of these have now, through the clever rescheduling by the team leading this, they have been rescheduled within the project delivery timeframe, so they'll still meet the commitments of the grant program.
Thank you. Anything further on page 11? If not, we move to page 12 and commence into the specific, at the risk of not revisiting some of the matters that have already been dealt with. So, spectacular scenery and healthy environment. Any questions, councillors? Not, move to page 13. 14. Page 15. To page 16. Page 17 is an extension of that. We move to page 18. And page 19.
If I could, Mr Mayor,
Councillor McConnell.
to the GM Asset and Environmental Sustainability, if you could just update us on the friendly asphalt trial.
Given the current weather conditions, we've had some delays in actually undertaking this activity, but it certainly still is planned. I was very fortunate to actually see a presentation of this material being used, and yes, with some interesting results. It actually, majority of the product is actually manufactured through, portion of the product uses recycled tyres to actually improve the longevity of the pavement of the asphalt itself. So certainly look forward to actually being able to conduct this trial.
Thank you.
Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. '23. 24. 25. Move into 26. 27 councillors.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, if I could.
Yes, Councillor McConnell.
Just again to the GM Asset and Environmental Sustainability, just a bit of an update on the, what do we call it now, the business park or the enterprise. And given the wet weather we've had, whether you anticipate further delays?
Yes, especially leading into this time of year. It is one job that's had, and there'll be further, it is actually involved in further update with the Capital Works program later in the ordinary meeting agenda. But I'm happy to, happy to explain, but not happy to explain what I'm explaining. And that is, the reality of it is that that particular job has had close to now 300 days of impacted days due to wet weather, which is for a project that had a duration time frame of about 18 months is somewhat unprecedented. I've been in the construction side of the industry in local government for almost 30 years, and I've not seen a job impacted as much as that particular project. I will say the teams that have been involved in that project have done a terrific job to keep the head up and actually try wherever possible to keep moving on the project. It is a little bit desponding for them, or they feel a bit despondent when they get to site to see the work that they've got done the day before destroyed by heavy rainfall or the weather that we've had. So as a result too, and I'll talk further later in the ordinary meeting, there are some cost overruns associated with that as a result.
Thank you.
Page 28. Page 29. Page 30. Page 31. Page 32. Page 33. Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask the General Manager just for a bit more of an update on Let's Talk Scenic Rim, please, which is new mode of community consultation and how it's going and what the uptake is on it, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Considering this was launched on the 2nd of the 2nd, 2022, I'm really pleased at the 24th of May that I can report we have in excess of 400 registrations on Let's Talk Scenic Rim. I mean, it was a little bit slow at the beginning. I think people are starting to realise that it's a relatively simple process to go on and register. It's confidential, and it enables people then to have access to more than just maybe one thing that they're immediately interested in. We are, as a first choice, releasing all our community engagement for the various projects on Let's Talk Scenic Rim, and we'll continue to do that as we move forward. And there are other capacities within that. So once the critical mass is reached, we will then have the capacity to deliver other types of sessions through that site. So at the moment, I think that we're likely to reach probably the 500 mark by the end of this financial year, and I would anticipate we'd start to see really steady growth from there.
Thank you. So we move forward to page 34. Page 35. 36. 37. Page 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 49. Page 50. Move to 51. And 52. 53.
If I could, Mr Mayor.
Yes, Councillor McConnell.
In relation to our community engagement activities and Celebrate the Heritage to the GM, has there been an increase in attendance to these events and activities, in inverted commas, post-COVID? So we would have had 2 years of reduced attendance to a lot of these activities and events. Given the where we are with COVID at the moment, has there been an increase back to people attending?
Thanks for your question, Councillor McConnell. I probably have to do a little bit more of a deep dive, but I think in the discussions I'm having with the team, we're really starting to see a resurgence in support back across events that are being held by the council, or for demand for events to be held in our cultural and community centres. I think that I don't know that we're 100% back where we were because, you know, it's been a bit topsy-turvy, as you rightfully point out, in the last 2 years. But I am encouraged by just the number of people that are supporting the programs that council is delivering, and I'm certainly seeing an uptick in that uptake.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor McConnell, if I just might add, on page 94 of your agenda, you will see attendances and the number of events held in the centres, and similar information will be in previous quarterly reports if you're seeking to do that comparison.
Thank you.
So move on to page 54. Move to page 55. Page 56. Page 57. 58. 59. 60. Page 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. 68, extension of 67. 69. 'Page 70. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. Page 79. Page 80. And we move then into the Appendix A on page 81. Page 82. Page 83. Page 84. Page 85. Page 86. Page 87. Page 88. Page 89. Page 90. Page 91. Page 92. Page 93. Page 94.
If I could just say, Mayor, that's the section Caroline pointed out for the visits to the centres.
Thank you.
And the program.
Yep. Page 95. '96. 97. 98. 99. Okay, councillors, the rest is repeat.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the report is really demonstrative of the amount of investment that that our workforce put into delivering services out to the community. Particularly, certainly the progress within the quarterly report, the body of the quarterly report itself evidences significant progress. We're very clear that a number of resources have been rediverted to flood recovery efforts. We've had significant challenges over this quarter and indeed previous quarters associated with natural disaster, with COVID-19, but particularly around flood recovery. And I think while you'll see some of the dates for delivery pushed out for some non-business critical projects, we are certainly planning to deliver those mostly within forecast timeframes. The appendix to the report evidences continued service delivery, and I think the workforce should be congratulated.
Thank you. We will move to the recommendation for this item.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. The recommendation then for item 10.2 is that Council adopt the amendments to the Operational Plan 2021-2022 as contained within the Draft Operational Plan 2021-2022 Quarter 3 Progress Report, and Council endorse the Operational Plan 2021-2022 Quarter 3 Progress Report.
Thank you. I seek a mover. Councillor Enright, thank you. Now, further questions to the report? Any discussion amongst councillors? Just in the context of discussion, certainly the appendix, apart from the operational specifics, operational plan specifics, the appendix continues to call out some really large challenges in terms of the effort that officers are delivering, particularly in light of those challenges from the environment, but the continued strength that we're seeing in some of those areas is a credit to the officers to find a way to manage through them. However, it's clearly something that is stretching capacity in many regards. And perhaps a question that comes from that of clarification in terms of through that quarter, apart from the impacts of distraction to flood events, seek clarity of what sort of impacts did we experience on occasions to the available workforce due to the impact of COVID related restrictions?
Mayor, as far as COVID-related restrictions go, I think the workforce has been, Council's been very focused on ensuring the continued safety of our workforce. And traditionally we have been very aligned to the Queensland Government restrictions. Of late, as the restrictions have eased, we've been very cognizant of the impacts not only on our workforce of this continuing pandemic, but to our potential business continuity and service delivery. So we have really continue to focus on what we can do to protect the safety of our workforce. We've continued the wearing of masks for employees within our indoor council facilities, and certainly have evidence that a number of occasions where people were potentially put at risk but didn't come down with COVID. So we believe that that's certainly protecting our workforce, and we'll continue to make every effort we can to do so.
Thank you. My question was a little slightly different direction. In terms of our ability to respond to the crisis events and our normal workload that was already difficult to manage, the two of those under the recent circumstances, did we see an impact on our workforce due to COVID restrictions from family members, for instance, where it limited their availability? Maybe one of the other GMs might have more specifics.
I'm happy to comment on my portfolio. We did experience some impacts from that, with difficulty in fully staffing customer contact centres and/or libraries from time to time. So I do congratulate the leaders of those areas for being very agile in the way in which they've endeavoured to cope with reduced staffing numbers or to bring forward casuals to cover some of those hours. And some of our other workforce that were needing to isolate but not too sick to work, just needing because of family members, as you pointed out, were able, like planners and strategic planners and the like, were able to continue their working from home arrangements that we put in place early on in the organisation. And so whilst it may have restricted their presence in the office, it didn't restrict their ability to continue to provide service.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd certainly affirm those comments with regard to those staff within my portfolio that are office-based. I will also add that in some areas, like our waste transfer facilities, we got very close to having to close some of those facilities, but thankfully we were able to work around with scheduling and rostering, and I must congratulate those staff that put their hand up to do an extra shift or to be somewhat flexible in the way in which they were attributed to the different work sites during those periods. We're not over it yet. We still have the odd, when I say the odd, a handful of people that are away at times as a result of having COVID or alike. So, and now with the flu season as well, we're seeing some initial impacts of that as well. During the course of the disaster events or the rainfall we've had a number of our construction sites have been unable to progress, so we've actually been able to backfill some of the crews with staff that were available from that. So the reality is, though, in some instances we haven't been able to react as quickly to situations as we may have normally. However, we've certainly made safe or signed, where appropriate, issues within either our parks or our road environment. So that's certainly part way to answering your question more broadly, but the specifics are really at depot level and the specifics of the type of work that had to be postponed or realigned slightly.
Thank you. Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor, and taking that a step further, the shortages of staff, we're the biggest business in the area, so we, like all businesses, we're struggling for staff. Just wonder if someone can, one of the GMs can touch on the impact of shortages of where we're looking in every area that there's how we're managing without it and what cost it's come to council.
Thanks for your question, Councillor McGuinness. Look, I think the answer to your question is that we've had to be really flexible in terms of our workforce strategies. So it's a really interesting market at the moment in being able to attract and retain suitably qualified staff, and certainly COVID's had an impact on people's lifestyle decisions as well as other things. So I think we're certainly seeing some of those challenges, as are our neighbouring councils. In order to combat that, we've pivoted a little bit. We've brought in a higher proportion of casual or temporary employees to cover on those vacancies. We have engaged contractors to support service delivery where we need to, and we've continued to deliver outcomes to the community. So that certainly had an impact. It will continue to have an impact, I think, in the foreseeable future, and we're certainly seeking different ways to attract and retain qualified employees.
Thank you. Any further discussion, councillors? No, let's seek a seconder. Councillor West. Come back to the move. Wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I certainly would. I love reading this report because it really gives an understanding of what the business of council is and what it does. And to read a summary of quarterly achievements is really a great indication of what it is that council provides in the way of projects and programs that support and deliver services for our community. And I commend the staff from the CEOs through the general managers to the managers to all of the staff that do help deliver all of the programs throughout our region. Given the challenging times, and we seem to have challenges backing up behind each other, but we keep delivering. And as councillors, the question is often raised, what do we get for our rates? And I think if we can direct people to this report and show them just the hundreds of things that we do in our council in the way of providing service and support, delivery of programs, projects, it will certainly outline the benefit of the service that we do provide to our councils, and I commend all of the staff on the delivery of these services and the summaries provided in this operational report quarter 3 update.
Thank you, councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour?
In favour.
Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We will adjourn there briefly for a break and return at 11 o'clock to continue the meeting. For those who are joining us in the gallery, time to refresh, have a cuppa. We'll be back at 11 a.m. Thank you. welcome back councillors, executive, welcome back to those joining us in the digital gallery. We turn to item 10.3, page 24 of the ordinary meeting agenda. GM, we're back in your hands.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, this morning I'm presenting to you the updated workplace work health and safety policy. The policy has been reviewed and with considerable stakeholder consultation throughout the workforce and Council's Corporate Work Health and Safety Committee. Apologies that we haven't been able to include the old version with the changes tracked. However, it is significantly different, and I can certainly note that what is attached is the old policy and the new policy so that you can compare those. I note in the scope of this policy, Council's obligation to ensure the continued work health and safety of its workforce, of contractors, visitors, volunteers, but also the broader community who may be impacted as part of Council's undertaking. So people who come into contact with the operations of Council on a day-to-day basis. Happy to take any questions on the updated policy.
Councillors, any points for clarification to the report and the document? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question regarding the lost time injury frequency rate, which measures the injuries that have occurred. Is there a comparable measure of incidents or near misses that may indicate an improvement in practices or procedures?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Enright. As you know, the lost time injury frequency rate is a lag indicator. And so what's important to us is that we focus on lead indicators that might give us the ability to forecast to some degree and therefore mitigate risk to our workers. You know, we certainly can look at hazard reporting, reporting of near misses, and which is in fact near incidents rather than near misses, and other data relating to the incidents, the minor injuries and first aid treatments that we have. All of these have potential to become more serious incidents. What's really important is that we focus on behaviours and ensuring that we are in a position to influence through leadership and through appropriate processes and design of the workplace behaviours that mitigate risk where possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor, further questions?
Perhaps
Councillor.
slightly further on that, is the LTIRF comparable by industry or local government or anything like that? Is it just a...
Yes, Councillor, it is. So our LTIFR, the frequency rate, is benchmarked against other councils who participate in our work cover insurance scheme. And so we see some like-for-like data in that respect. What we can't necessarily guarantee is that all councillors have a similar approach to their reporting of incidents or their the exact way in which they record those incidents. But certainly the KPI itself is benchmarkable against local government.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Councillors, then I introduce the recommendation, please, GM.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Recommendation for item 10.3 is that Council adopt the revised version of the Work Health and Safety Policy, which will replace the version which was adopted on the 22nd of August 2016.
Seeker mover. Councillor McConnell. Further questions? Further discussion? I think discussion really highlights, for me, councillors, this policy is important. That it's important to recognise the breadth and depth of its application, and whilst I think the commitments really call out the sorts of things we need to ensure we continue to budget for and commit to in terms of training, skill development, building the right leadership, the right engagement for employees to manage confidently in the workplace. The community, one of the noises that regularly comes in community is that we waste too much money on safety, that we spend too much money on having traffic management with roadside slashing and so forth. In actual fact, the prior policy and this policy and our legal requirement, our responsible ethical as well as legal requirement, is that we have those things in place, and that they're based on a proper set of risk assessments and work analyses to ensure we maintain the standard that is appropriate to mitigate that risk to the public in certain environments as well as to our workforce. This policy really sits as the foundation stone to call out the significance of that as a commitment. As just one example, which runs right across the quality of maintenance of our facilities and the efforts we put into so many aspects. Any further discussion? Seeker seconder. Councillor Enright, thank you. Councillor McConnell, you wish to speak?
No, I think just concur with exactly what you said about having a safe environment for all workers and volunteers and anyone coming onto a council site, which includes the slashing on the edge of the roads and all the stuff we do outside of a council facility. So, yeah, really congratulate you on a well-written policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor Enright?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think that work health and safety is a journey, not a destination. And I acknowledge the point in the report about continuous improvement in work health and safety management across the wider cross-section of people who interact with council. And I think that's something that continuous improvement is certainly an important aspect to ensure we get people home safely at the end of the day.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously, I think, Councillor. Councillor Swanborough?
Yes, in favour.
Thank you. Okay, we move to item 10.4, which is on page 31 of today's agenda. Councillors, GM, I'll hand to you. I know we have some officers who've joined.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have the Manager of Regional Development, Health and Biodiversity, Mark Lohman, and the Acting Principal Specialist Development Assessment and Engineering, Joseph Kirkwood. Joseph's going to present this report. I just introduced it's RAL 21/047. It's a development permit for the reconfiguring a subdivision 1 into 32 at Wheatville Street, Calbar. It's lot 1034 SP 323779, and I'll hand over to Joseph.
Thanks, Deborah, and good morning, councillors and executive leadership team. The following report for consideration is development application number RAL 21047 at Wheatfield Street, Calbar, lot 1034, SP 323779. The development application seeks a reconfiguration of a lot by way of subdivision. This involves subdivision of the subject lot into 32 lots intended for low-density residential purposes and includes dedication of road. The site is situated in the township of Calbar and is both located within the urban footprint under the South East Queensland Regional Plan and zoned low-density residential under the council's planning scheme. The existing site is a single allotment of approximately 4.5 hectares, improved with a house, but it is otherwise vacant. The site forms part of the Calabar Country Estate, of which stages 1 and 2 of the development have been completed, with the current application representing a continuation of the estate for stage 3. Subdivision of the lot is proposed over 6 stages, whilst retaining the existing dwelling house on proposed lot 77. Each lot is at least 1,000 metres squared in area, with the exception of lot 78, which is 995 metres squared, and will have access from the proposed internal road frontages. Table A within the report provides a breakdown of the individual proposed lot sizes over the 6 stages. In relation to the servicing, the development proposes the creation of 452 metres of new road with a width of approximately 20 metres, providing direct access for all proposed lots. A cul-de-sac is proposed to the north to provide a turnaround area to facilitate connectivity options for future development of adjoining land. The existing road network will be extended with the continuation of Wheatfield Street and Pioneer Drive, and at the corner of the proposed lot 104 for the extension of Charles Street to the north. The proposed development will be connected to all appropriate urban services and infrastructure networks, including water, sewer, stormwater management, telecommunication services, and electrical supply, in accordance with the relevant standards. A subsequent operational works approval will be required, providing detailed design of these services. The reconfiguration application has been considered against the planning scheme, which it triggered code assessment against the relevant assessment benchmarks. Officers have concluded that the proposal generally complies with the requirements of the planning scheme, including the requirement for a minimum lot frontage of 18 metres and a minimum average lot size of 700 metres squared. The application has been recommended by officers for approval in full, subject to conditions outlined in the recommendation of this report. If the application is approved by Council today, infrastructure charges will be levied in accordance with Council's charges policy. These calculations are also contained within the report. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. Councillors, any firstly points for clarification to the report? Any additional questions for clarification? Councillor McConnell.
Just a quick one, if I can, to the manager, and that's access to Edward Street from Pioneer Drive.
So the plan as provided at the moment, the lot 118 incorporates what looks like an access handle through to Edward Street. We've initiated discussions with the applicant in regard to whether we can maybe use that land, whether it be better used for footpath access through to Edward Street and provide a circuit. It's something that under our planning scheme and under the requirements we couldn't enforce, but we've certainly initiated discussions with them to whether they voluntarily would like to provide footpath access there.
Thank you.
Councillor McInnes.
A couple of questions, and following on from that one for a start off, you're referring there to the part of lot 118, or are you talking about the narrow strip to the east of there that actually goes all the way through to Charles Street?
So in this case we're referring to the lot 118, which is part of this property. The other strip, which runs parallel or adjoins it, relates to another property further north.
Yeah, and my question isn't that, I know it's an awkward block 118 the way it is there, but getting access to there, whereas this strip of land, when that Charles Street is developed, that would be the obvious place to have the walkway down there.
There's probably opportunity for both. This small strip of land on lot 118 was seen as an opportunity to allow the Pioneer Road or Pioneer Drive area to shortcut through to Edward Street and provide a circuit. When the future lot to the north goes ahead and that 5 metre access strip, for whatever reason it was originally provided, we're not sure, we'd obviously look at that from point of view of more pedestrian access or foot access around the town of Calabar.
Yep. Okay, my other question is up the top of Wheatfield Street that goes into the property that comes off Charles Street. If that access comes out through there, are the roads right through this estate, are they of sufficient size to take all the traffic from that development that probably will happen or possibly happen? The roads all the way through, there'll be a fair bit of winding roads through the whole of the estate.
That wouldn't have been taken into consideration as part of this application. When the road to the north, the property to the north is being assessed, it has opportunities for access via Charles Street and further to the west. So at that time, we'd be looking at what road network is required. We don't see Wheatfield Street or the top of where it joins to the north there. We don't see that at this stage being the major access point to that northern property.
Okay. Thank you. Further questions, councillors? Thank you. Councillor Enright, you're looking hesitant.
This looks like an ideal sort of estate. My only question comes back to that lot 118 and whether at this stage we should be suggesting something to be done, or whether I'm just trying to understand the process of the discussions that need to happen, whether it needs to happen before this is comes to a resolution or a motion, or whether it's something that can be dealt with later.
So the 118 is trying to make use of what is an odd shaped block. So in our consideration of it, that's why we considered that there's probably better use to be made of that lot as pedestrian access. As a requirement of the planning scheme, though, we can't require that. We wouldn't be in a position to put in a lawful or reasonable condition to require that, because there is footpath provided for the rest of the estate, and there's connectivity for the rest of the estate. So this is as an add-on. So we don't see that it necessarily needs to hold up the approval of this. Any changes later could be considered either generally in accordance or maybe a minor change, depending on, if there is an agreement. We can process that at a later stage. So it's something I don't see that would necessarily need to hold up the approval of this application. It's something, I say, is voluntarily could be done and could be done at a later stage.
And just to confirm then, Mark, that it's not something that would be something that a condition that could come forward is not appropriate for this at this stage, or happy for it to be dealt with in the post-approval discussions?
Sorry, councillors, I'm just going to adjourn for 5 minutes. I believe Councillor Swanborough is having technical difficulties specifically, and we're just trying to resolve that. So we'll just adjourn for 5 minutes so that he's able to participate in the discussion. So hold that question, and manager will get you to continue in a moment. For those in the gallery, we're just going to the digital gallery. We're just going to pause for a moment to see whether we can get clarity on this issue and proceed. Okay, thank you. Yep, we've got you, Councillor. You might just hold on mute because we hear your breathing and shuffling in the background a bit.
We don't like heavy breathing.
So, thank you. Now, you had a point of clarification, Councillor Enright, from the prior matter. I just thought it was important to make sure we were all hearing it.
Thank you. So my point was whether there was a mechanism to address this peculiar lot 118, and happy to hand over to the manager or our senior planner to respond to that.
So the estate itself has provided footpath throughout the estate and connectivity to the town. So this piece, or this lot 118, is an odd-shaped block. And so when we were looking at it, we could see that there's a lot of benefit in actually using that strip of land for more of a community purpose. Look, this is something which would be totally discretionary for the applicant, and you know, it's something we'll talk to them about. But it's something that we would not be able to actually condition. It wouldn't be reasonable or relevant because they have provided all the requirements for their footpath and connectivity as per the requirements of both the planning scheme and the state planning policies.
Thanks for the clarification.
Councillor McInnes?
Yeah, just still on that, if council was to take ownership of the strip and at the bottom of lot 118, what size block does that leave? That somewhere around 1,000 metres still, I'm guessing?
Look, we haven't done the math on that. It is a slightly larger block. It depends on how wide a strip potentially could be negotiated. No, I don't want to put too much onus on the applicant because I say this is totally voluntary. But we would look to retain, the size lots that are already, presented here. So around that 1,000 square metre mark. So there's a couple of options available where they crib a few of the other blocks to make sure they all stay around that 1,000 metre mark, which I think would be the intention of the applicant.
I would suggest that it actually adds to the number 118 without that narrow strip down there at any rate, but that's their prerogative, as you're saying.
Thank you. I think, councillors, it's just perhaps important to note the manager's comments that we are dealing with approval in the context of what's presented today and is aligned with the planning scheme, not what might be. And so we just recognise those comments as what relates to something that may be an agreement, but there is a compliant proposal before you as it is I guess the important thing to recognise.
Mayor, could I also just draw councillors' attention to the Appendix A, which is the conditions of approval sitting at page 44, which is an adjusted method, the way the team have introduced of providing those conditions so that they're not confusing within the report, just in case they wish to cast their eyes on it before we move to the recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you for that advice. Councillors, you've had a chance to peruse all of that. Any further questions? If not, we'll move forward to the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Before you today is a recommendation that 1, Council receive and note the report titled RAL 21/047 Development Development Permit for Reconfiguring a Lot, Subdivision 1 into 32 for Wheatville Street, Calabar, Lot 1034, SP 323779. And 2, that Council approve development application ROL 21/047 and grant a development permit for the reconfiguring a lot subject to imposition of reasonable and relevant conditions in Appendix A, conditions of approval. Excuse me. And 3, that Council note any subsequent request for negotiated decision notice and or change applications to the approval RAL 21/047 will be processed via delegated authority where the changes would not significantly alter the original decision.
Thank you. I seek a mover. Councillor McInnes. Any further questions, councillors? Any further discussion to the matter? Not seek a seconder. Councillor Chalk, you wish to speak, Councillor McInnes?
Yes, Mayor. I believe this is a very good thing for Calabar. I congratulate the Ross family. This is the third and final section of this subdivision that they've done. It's been over quite a number of hours. And it has been a great asset to the town of Calabar, and this will even add to it more. I think the conditions are reasonable that are there from staff, and I wish them luck in their endeavours to move forward on this.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor Chalk?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, it really does look like a good development. It's really great over there at Kelbar what they've done already, and this just adds to that with the over 1,000 square metres in their lots. It really fits in well with that community. So yeah, I congratulate them and wish them well. Thank you.
Give anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? I would speak additionally in support. I think in the low density mindset for this estate fits well with the character that's around it, and certainly with the intent of council. And it's certainly a credit to this development that the average lot size is above what the minimum might have been possible, and shows a model that we would love to see celebrated perhaps in some other places, where the recognition of maintaining a level of character in the development is over and above what the minimum might require. And that's the credit to this development, is that thought has gone into creating something that has that balance to what's around it. We can't always enforce that, but it is good to see when that maturity comes through in an application, and I'm supportive of this proposal. Anyone wishing to speak? Additionally, Councillor McGuinness wish to close?
No, thanks.
Therefore, put it to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Swanborough? That's unanimous. Thank you for your assistance with that item. Councillors, we move to item 10.5.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors.
49.
Page 49, correct. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Today I have two officers with me, Brenda Walker, Manager of Regional Prosperity and Communications, and Cameron Thomas, who's the Acting Principal Specialist, Regional Prosperity. Today it's very pleasing to present to you under 10.5 the Go Local, Grow Local Partnership Program, known as Shop Scenic RIM. I'm going to ask that Brenda do a brief introduction, and then Cam will present to us this program. Thank you.
Thanks, Deborah. Good morning, councillors, executive and those listening online. I'm very proud to present to you today an overview of the Shop Scenic RIM program. I'll hand across to Cameron in a moment to go into detail, but firstly, a couple of key points. This program relates to a component of a bushfire recovery funding grant that we received from the Queensland Government through the Department of Employment, Small Business and Training. A key deliverable of that particular funding agreement was the delivery of a Go Local, Grow Local partnership program, and Council was required under that agreement, which involved $50,000 from the state government, to introduce a Go Local, Grow Local program, a marketing plan attached to that, and a promotional schedule, and to work ideally in conjunction with our local chambers of commerce, of which, as you know, we have 5 in our region. So, Council, our team has explored this potential concept over the last 12 months or so, and we now have Shop Scenic RIM, which is a closed-loop gift card system, which we are launched at the business breakfast held last Friday. It is designed to keep money in the region and to encourage people to buy local. And Cameron will talk you through some of the detail, but some of the stats that sort of, I guess, are the fundamentals behind this are every $100 that is spent locally results in $180 of impact to our local economy. And from an economic modelling perspective, every time there are $500,000 of sales in the retail sector in our region, that equates to 5 jobs. And as you know, growing jobs in our region is one of the fundamental platforms of our regional prosperity strategy. So delighted to be bringing this forward. We've been out busily signing up businesses and have had an outstanding response to that so far, but I'll let Cameron talk through the detail of that now.
Thanks, Brenda. Currently we have approximately 60 businesses signed up for Shop Scenic RIM. The way this program works is a closed-loop gift card system, which requires those businesses to be signed up as redemption or load-up stores to participate. These cards are then redeemed for goods, and the designated amount of funds loaded onto each card. when a customer purchases one of the cards, the holder can buy goods in these participating stores, and they cannot be used outside of the region. So definitely keeping the money locally, and as Brenda touched on those benefits of local spend within the region. The key to success with the community-based program is engagement and collaboration with businesses, community residents, and a strong marketing program to build awareness and prompt purchases. We've done this with collaboration with the 5 Chambers of Commerce and Destination Scenic Rim to achieve those 60 results so far, and hopefully we'll have many more business sign-ups in the coming weeks as well. So encourage businesses to participate. Willing to participate, contact the Regional Prosperity Team, and we can sign you up and give you the details of what's involved. So look forward to the program moving forward. And also acknowledge the platform Why Leave Town that will be utilised for this program. That they'll offer us assistance as well, and developing and advise on some collateral that we can use to ensure that ongoing and future benefit to the region.
Mayor, could I also add to the points raised by Brenda and Cameron that we're very grateful to the program that was commenced in late 2019 with Bendigo Bank, Coronungra and the District Community Bank branch that partnered in Logan Village, where they created an initial Scenic Logan program with the company Why Leave Town Promotions. Unfortunately, they had a little bit of limited success at the time, and I think probably because it required the marketing support and the deployment of some dedicated resources as program lead to drive and engage with businesses. And I think the difference between that program and this program is the government funding that will enable those level of support. We're very grateful that both those organisations have supported us transitioning Scenic Logan into the Shop Scenic Rim, and businesses within this original program within the Scenic Rim have now transitioned over to the Shop Scenic Rim program. So we're looking forward to being able to take this to one step further. Why Leave Town is an organisation that first launched a gift card program in 2010 and has since expanded across Australia. It now reaches over 70 different communities with over 160 postcodes. And over the last decade, the programs have helped inject more than $12 million into local communities, with more than 165,000 gift cards having been sold during that time. So they have excellent credentials in partnering with us to deliver this project in conjunction with our Chambers of Commerce and Destination Scenic Rim.
Thank you for those introductions. Anything further? Otherwise, councillors, any points for clarification with this report before you?
Yeah,
Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, Mr Mayor. To the GM, can you just confirm that the businesses that sign on will be only businesses within the Scenic Rim?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So the original program had the dual destination focus, but the transition of the program from the previous one that was established is focused on the Scenic Rim. And as Cam pointed out, businesses that participate either as redemption or load-up businesses mean that those cards they'll only be allowed if they're in the Scenic Rim, and the cards then purchased in region will have to be spent in region.
Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor West?
To the GM, I was just wondering, I see where the participating businesses will have a window sticker. Is there some other means that people can look up, like a website or something, to see which businesses throughout the Scenic Rim are involved if they're planning on spending somewhere?
Attached to the report are a number of elements of the collateral. I'm happy for Cam to dive in and talk about how they're marketing this, but we also we'll use our socials, our council website and our Invest Scenic Rim, and I'm hopeful that the Chambers of Commerce will also be promoting through their channels, but I'm happy for Cameron to talk through what's been prepared.
Yeah, thank you. So we're in the development of a directory that'll link into Why Leave Town. So every time a business is activated with their terminals, that information, business name, comes up on a directory, which is available online for Shop Scenic Rim.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. Looks like a fantastic program. Just a question on, as an example, if I was to purchase a card and load it with $1,000 and give it to my wife, when would I know When would I know when it needed topping up again?
Sorry. Yeah. Can someone assist the councillor with that guidance?
Yes, thanks, councillor. So they're single-use gift cards. So when it's not a top-up type system. So it's $100 or $1,000 in your example. That's just used until there's no funds available on that. They can be used multiple times, but only loaded up once at the start. And that's an online program. You can jump on the benefit of While I Leave Town with their services and their dashboard is that you can log on and see how much funds are remaining.
Oh, okay. And the balance was probably the thing that I was looking for. So it's an online thing that you can monitor the spend. It could be interesting.
Thank you. Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, Cam, I'm just interested to know about your collaboration with the Chambers of Commerce and how it went, and what are you expecting going forward they'll provide for you in this program.
Thanks, Councillor Chalk. Yes, late last year we held a combined Chamber of Commerce that they all participated in, plus Destination Scenic Rim, to give them an understanding of what the program and the initiative was and the alignment with the grant funding and the deliverables with that. So all positive feedback. They saw the benefit of spending locally in the region, which is probably good on the back of COVID because there was a change in consumer preferences during that period. Moving forward, it's just the promotion to that with their members, keep getting them on board and ensuring that, they do participate and sign up in the program. There's no reason why members and non-members from Chambers of Commerce can't participate.
Thank you. Further clarifications, Councillor McGuinness?
I'll ask Brenda rather than Cam for this one. Is $100 spent, I take it you're just working on retail there? Yeah, that gives $180 return, which I don't think is far off, but that's purely for retail, not for other businesses, let's say. And 99% probably of the businesses will be retail, I take it. Yeah.
I would imagine so, but I guess we're trying to sort of extend it beyond that. We've got a wide range of businesses in various sectors, so there's no reason we target just retail. I think it'd be great to be as broad as possible, but that's sort of a rule of thumb. But it will be interesting to model that as we go forward.
And can I add to that, Councillor, our desire would be that any family members and family and friends of anybody who lives in the Scenic Rim is looking for a unique gift idea to gift one of these cards for those members that live in the Scenic Rim to spend in the Scenic Rim, or to gift to anybody outside of the Scenic Rim to encourage them to come here and spend in the Scenic Rim. So that could be on food and beverage or hospitality businesses or experiences as well.
Just a final comment. I would add that as we've been, as our team has been contacting businesses, we've had excellent feedback, not just on signing up, but also the initiative itself. And some of the feedback is it's one of the best things that they've seen come out of council from a couple of people. So for businesses who we might not have a lot to do with due to various reasons because of the sector that they're in, I think it's something really different that has been quite welcomed in terms of the feedback we've received so far.
Councillor Chalk.
Is there any way online you can purchase these cards rather than in store? Can you explain that, Cam?
Yes, Councillor Chalk. Another service provided by While I Leave Town is helping the platform that we're utilising is that, generally if you'd like to purchase 5 or more cards at once and get them preloaded, you can do that online. If it's 5 or less, they do encourage you to go into a local business and purchase the cards and get them loaded up. The other benefits are that any larger employers in the region that want to reward their employees could provide these cards as an incentive as well. In the region, also with community groups to thank volunteers or coming out of a disaster, that if we have service stations, etc., or produce stores signed up in the program, that they can be utilised by those people as well in times of need.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor McGuinness?
Yes, to anyone. I just wonder there's a number of businesses I know that have gift cards there already, and is friction of any kind there with those businesses? They'd naturally like that spent in there. Yeah, if I was a business, I'd like that type of card because I know it's getting all everywhere rather than the $100 gift card or the $1,000 in Councillor Enright's case. That I give my wife $100 actually, just to put the facts right. It takes away from that business. I'm not being negative about it. It's just a fact of life. If you're a business, you want people to spend that money in your business too.
Yeah, no, I take your point. I would hope there's room for both, and there's always the potential that there might be a bit of cannibalisation, I guess, or people would feel that it's something they already offer, but we didn't want to let that stop us from introducing something that would be broader than that existing offering. So, no, take your point, and we'll be aware of that from a sensitivity point of view, but I think we just saw an opportunity to broaden that to the region.
I don't know how many businesses do have it, but I know Mitre 10, for instance, do, and other businesses like that often, yeah.
Further clarifications, councillors? If not, move forward to the recommendation, please, Gia.
And with your indulgence, Mayor, it's a little bit of a long recommendation, but it's about acknowledging all the people that have been involved. So, before you, councillors, a recommendation that 1, council note the development and support of the Go Local, Grow Local partnership program, known as Shop Scenic Rim, in conjunction with Why Leave Town Promotions, was officially launched at Business Breakfast on 20 May as part of Queensland Small Business Month, with the Shop Scenic Rim cards expected to be available in local businesses for purchase and redemption from early June 2020. 2, that council note a Shop Local program is envisaged with the business and industry development pillar of the Scenic Rim Regional Prosperity Strategy 2020-2025 and was part of the Scenic Rim Economic Stimulus Package COVID-19 adopted in March 2020. 3, that council recognise the funding received through the Bushfire Recovery Fund administered by the Department of Employment, Small Business and Training has enabled the development of the Go Local, Grow Local partnership program. 4, that council recognise the Bendigo Bank's Canungra and District Community Bank branch who participated with the Community Bank Logan Village branch in 2019 to initiate a Scenic Logan program through Why Leave Town, and thank the boards of both branches for allowing council to become the lead of the existing Scenic Logan program, which will be incorporated into the Shop Scenic Rim program. 5, council extend thanks to local businesses, Beaudesert Chamber of Commerce, Boonah District Chamber of Commerce, Coralbin Valley Chamber of Commerce, Canungra Chamber of Commerce, Tamborine Mountain Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Destination Scenic Rim for their collaboration and participation in the development of the Go Local, Grow Local partnership program Shop Scenic Rim, including their ongoing support and involvement. 6, that council recognise the need for and encourage the local community and businesses to become involved in Shop Scenic Rim to achieve the economic growth and success of the initiative in the longer term. And 7, that council recognise that Shop Scenic Rim will continue to promote shopping via a Go Local concept and the development of participating businesses through a Grow Local concept in support of their recovery and resilience and that of the Scenic Rim region's economy as was intended by the grant.
Funding.
You
Thank
took words right out of my mouth.
Thank you. Seeker mover, Councillor Enright. Any further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? Seeker seconder, Councillor McGuinness. Wish to speak to the motion, Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this probably is one of the most exciting things that we've done in collaboration with business in our within our region, and I see that is very much in line with one of the 5 pillars of our regional prosperity strategy, and that is to deal with business and industry development. It's exciting because it really captures the brand Scenic Rim that we recognised and has been recognised worldwide, and we're on the coattails of that brand and allowing this as an economic benefit to flow through our region. It's fantastic that we've been working with our chambers of commerce, but particularly with the face-to-face work that we're doing with our businesses throughout the region. And I think I commend the excellent work by our staff, and I encourage all of our residents to take up this unique opportunity to spread the word of Scenic Rim and spend the money within the Scenic Rim. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to mention what a positive program this is for our local businesses, and obviously recognising that in the last couple of years, I believe the community have been much more conscious about spending their money within our region. I'd also just like to acknowledge the Bendigo Bank in Canungra, who did, obviously, as mentioned, start off a program similar to this, or part of it, just after the fires, but it was probably not quite the right time, but it's great that they're able to partner with Council and that this project can go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Swanborough. Thank you. That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors, and thank you for officers for the introduction of that item. We move now to item 10.6, and that relates to the 2021-2022 Infrastructure Capital Works Program delivery update. And GM, we're in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors, executives, staff members and those listening in online. As mentioned earlier today in the meeting, we've certainly had some issues with regard to the weather and other impacts in the delivery of our capital works. Noting that this report is actually based on information up to towards the end of April, and we're at that point starting to see some progress on a number of projects. However, since then that has certainly not been the case. But I draw your attention to a couple of the highlights within the reports, is around some of the projects have had cost overruns, and certainly as a result of delays and repeated works from wet weather. Where there works on an essential or defined essential public asset, some of those cost overruns can be recovered through the restoration of essential public assets. We're certainly working with the Queensland Reconstruction Authority on applications to recoup some of those funds. I will draw your attention, however, to one project that we are delivering that does not have that ability, and that is at Enterprise Precinct. At the time of writing this report, we're looking at around that $900,000 shortfall to complete the delivery of that project. Since then, we've had further rain. I'm yet to receive an update, but I would consider that number would have increased somewhat. So with that as a general introduction, there is certainly contained within the report some updates on more specifically different functional delivery areas, but the general theme is around impacts due to wet weather, impacts due to COVID, and in some instances impacts due to availability of not only the physical materials as resources, but also the skilled contractors to actually deliver those works, who in a lot of instances are pushed back as a result of projects that they've been delivering that have been impacted by wet weather at the locations they're delivering it. So the attachment is there with more detail. I'm happy to take any questions. I have Scott Osborne and Wasu Padeshi here to answer any detailed questions within the report or attachment.
Thank you. Questions for clarification of the report? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Question to the GM or whoever he might like to place that with. While acknowledging the potential cost overruns of the Bethesda Enterprise Precinct Business Park expansion project due to the continual wet weather and loss of construction time and impacts of COVID, but focusing on the approaching project completion, are there any indications that the commercial or industrial land demand and values have changed since this project commenced?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Enright. I think I will pass this question on to the General Manager of Customer and Regional Prosperity.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Councillor. The current indications to Council are that the value of the completed lots within the estate have increased since the commencement of construction, noting that obviously the construction hasn't completed. And the increase in value is not dissimilar to the general level of increase in values that have been experienced throughout the region and possibly Queensland and Australia more widely over the past most recent years. The vacant industrial land market in the southeast Queensland has increased in value over particularly the last 12 to 14 months, so the delays to the delivery timeframe should end up being an overall benefit to potential returns achieved, because we will be releasing the land in a stronger market than when we first started the development. Interest in the development continues though, and the Regional Prosperity Team are periodically receiving inquiries regarding that development. And there are existing Scenic Rim businesses and those from outside the region who continue to make contact. And we've seen those inquiries grow in the last 12 to 18 months because there's a high level of those still maintaining interest in the site. So at this point in time, we haven't seen that interest wane, and people are still waiting for us to get that site developed so they can look at the potential sites within it. And we've also had some strong inquiry from local businesses and those already in that precinct who are looking to expand. Some of them who have very strong demand for their services, and they've grown in the last 12 months and are looking now for additional space.
Thank you. That's great.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. To the GM, at the time of writing this report, I noticed you've given an update on Duck Creek Bridge and Flying Fox bridges, both. I'm just wondering, has there been able to be any progress or over the last month, or has the weather affected what's happening on those sites, please?
There certainly has been progress on both those sites. I believe landing of deck units occurred on one of the sites. I might shift over to Wesley, who may have further information that can assist in answering that question.
Yes, yep. Thanks, Chris. Duck Creek Bridge, the deck units are landed on that, so that's the progress on Duck Creek Bridge. And Flying Fox as well, we have started landing the deck units. So there has been progress since the report was written.
Thank you. Those communities will be very happy to hear that in those areas.
And just to clarify, landing means putting them in place. That's the technical term for placement of girders on the headstocks that have been put in place.
Thank you. Further questions, councillors? If not,
I do have one further comment. Within the report, there was some commentary around providing feedback on an update to what our monthly spend. Prior to the weather that we had at the start of May and the continued rain now, we were looking at roughly around a $5 to $7 million a month spend on capital works. That has certainly been more than halved as a result of the weather that we've had. So I just thought it'd be appropriate that I certainly mention that with regard to that was certainly something that was said that would be updated within the report.
thank you. Further questions, Councillor Shaw?
Yeah, thank you. With all the reasons you've highlighted to now behind delays and other things, moving forward over the next 12 months, have you put in place some some planning to try to get around these problems and keep moving forward?
Certainly are planning towards how we can move forward with regard to these projects. There were a number of projects that were nominated for delivery by our own internal workforce, but certainly towards the end of last year, when we were seeing some impacts to weather, we then reassessed how they were going to be delivered and have let contracts for those. So we certainly, that combined with the restoration works that are still being realised for the 3 flood events that we've had in this financial year, will certainly create an interesting environment in which to deliver the works that are planned. It's not dissimilar to what we went through within 2017 flood program, and prior to that, after the 2010, 11, and 12 and 13 flood programs, where we had quite a similar order of planned capital works as well as works that had to be carried out as a result of restoration of essential public assets.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Swanberg, do you have a question, or you said you had none?
Yes, I have a question.
Yep, fire away.
To the General Manager. Given we've had a month of very bad weather, 2 big rain events, the roads have deteriorated a lot, much more than I've ever seen before, especially on Anthony Mountain, and I know other areas was affected. My question is, going forward, are additional resources now going to be diverted to repairing that damage that's occurred where Rutledge as they are doing in other surrounding councils? I noticed in Gold Coast City Council they've deferred capital works in order to address the damage to the Rutledge. Is there some program envisaged where there will be a big effort to get our roads back to a decent condition following these weather events that we've had?
Yes, certainly the realisation, and certainly as part of the 2022-2023 budget deliberations, we've certainly looked at those activities from a capital nature that have been impacted or will be impacted as a result of the 3 weather events that we've, and it is now 3, I can confirm that from last Friday, we were also, for the May rain event, declared for restoration of essential public assets under the DRFA. The reality of it is, yes, where the information is available, we certainly are looking at adjusting delivery. We also need to balance that with our continued need to deliver those projects that we're actually assisting in maintaining or improving the assets that we currently have as a result. So, yes, I have certainly been listening and heard other councils deferring particular projects, and certainly aware that we are looking at the same way where the need arises.
Thank you.
Just further to that question, just to maybe clarify a few pieces of that. Question 1, where we have works already underway, capital works, such as some of those bridge programs, just for clarity, we wouldn't be considering deferring where there is already an activity in place. We would be considering about the timing of programs not yet commenced. Is that the differentiation to have clarity on?
Yes, certainly, especially where the targeted specific projects like the Enterprise Precinct, also the Vibrant Active Towns and Villages work that's undertaking the Desert Town Centre revitalisation, number of road projects and bridge projects. The only exception to that would be within our reseal program. There are a number of sections of road that were still being considered for work or reseals that have sustained some level of damage or interruption as a result of the weather. So those projects have certainly been put on hold for now until we understand what support we can get from the state and federal government with regard to through the QRA and the DRFA, or the disaster relief and funding arrangements for the restoration of essential public assets.
Thank you. The further question, with regard to the disaster recovery, particularly for essential public asset classifications, noting that there are some that don't qualify, but for those that do qualify, without opening the whole detail at a very summary level, what are the steps we go through from the occurrence of an event to a final repair? If you could just remind that clarification of what those steps are, please.
So, thank you. We're having a quiet smile in the chambers as I was looking at another officer and he pointed back to me, but that's okay. I'll take on that question. Certainly, immediately during and just post the event and up to 90 days after the event, we undertake what is called emergency works. That is basically to make safe what is there. During that time, if we can actually if going to site and investing a small amount of additional time actually allows for that particular site to be fully rectified, and we have the right machinery and materials available, certainly that option is available to us. But given that a number of sites are quite substantially impacted or affected, what we do as part of this is we actually do a solid inspection program. Generally we have a team that looks at our bridge network. We have others that are allocated to our major culverts and our floodways to assess if there's any undermining or damage that may result in an immediate need to either close or restrict access to those particular structures. From there, and at the same time, we're certainly building a list of roads that need further attention, and then from there we actually get the teams, we employ people to go out and actually put together submissions to the QRA for those identifying what the rectification works need to be to bring those assets back to a suitable standard. That process can take some time, and given the volume of work, it also takes some time to actually then, once you've realised or had approval to undertake the works, or certainly support from the QRA that you've put the right information together, that you then try and sequence and program that work, understanding that there's a limit to how much work can be delivered on the ground at any one time. And I certainly will acknowledge that there will be a reasonable demand for the skills that we're looking at, and as mentioned previously, and I'll mention again now, we've certainly built some reasonable relationships with a number of contractors over the years. Unfortunately, we've been here before, and we certainly hope those and those relationships will stand us well when it comes to being able to get ahead of the game when it comes to actually being able to program these works to be delivered. We will certainly run a risk profile across trying to balance the risk of non-approval or not having enough information provided to sustain or support our claim against the flood or the restoration works. In some instances, we may defer works if we believe there's a high reprogram works to a later date if we believe that there may be ability to undertake or do extra works as well, because as part of a number of these recent events, there's certainly a what they call a betterment component that we then make application for, and unfortunately we can't really invest communities' money into those betterment activities until we actually have an approval process through the QRA for those works to occur. So I will say that the teams have certainly got an inspection and monitoring program to actually certainly keep a handle on the condition of the network. We have a number of signs out in the field advising people of the conditions. Look, even on the weekend where I know some locations had greater than 50 mil or more, but where I live we had just over 20 mil, and it certainly broke the pavements out with potholes, and that's certainly something that's been not only an issue for us but for surrounding local governments, where you've got quite saturated pavements on a seal that moves. It's meant to be flexible, but let's just say can't cope with the needing to be as flexible as it has been over the past probably 6 or so months, and once you get cracking of the surface, water gets in, tyres drive over it, and that pumps the water and then pushes and causes the potholes. as quickly as some of our crews go along and patch those holes, they reappear, and certainly those locations where pothole do get identified for a more appropriate and permanent fix. But at the same time, you need reasonable weather for that to occur as well.
Thank you for those clarifications. Sadly, I do have one more question. I apologise. But in the context of this conversation, one of those ever confusing elements is whose road is it? So for the roads, many of the matters that we get vociferous feedback about aren't council roads, and I get that, people don't understand whose road they're driving on, they're just driving on one. In terms of that wonderful example of recovery effort, particularly when it comes to those major long-term processes of getting approvals and so forth, where does council's role sit in that for the non-council road network?
So we have two different contracts with regard to council's role within the state-controlled road network. Both we relied upon in the immediacy of an event at varying levels, and to a certain extent for structures and bridges that are on state-controlled roads, we have limited to no involvement, only at the stage where they may be inundated with water. Other crews from other organisations like Road Tech and others actually then go out and do the immediate works. We may be scheduled or requested to do some of the repair works, organise some of the repair works, but generally speaking, that's managed through Road Tech and other contractors for the Department of Transport and Main Roads. So we will certainly, where appropriate, respond to immediate needs, but some of the longer term fixes are not really. We certainly will provide advice where appropriate. We do have a team that are within the road maintenance area that do look after or support the delivery of our what I called our road maintenance contract and our road RMPCB road maintenance performance contract. Both of those we have certain obligations, and both have subtly different aspects. So, yes, probably my answer may not be as clear as probably needing to be today, but it is a fairly long process and very activity and road and asset specific with regard to where our involvement is. And generally speaking, we will, if we do receive an inquiry of an urgent nature, we will pass that on quite quickly to those that are our contacts within the Department of Transport and Main Roads.
Thank you for those clarifications. Any further questions? Councillor Swanborough.
Thank you very much to the General Manager for that long explanation, which we understand. But for the immediate, what is the simple message that we give back to the community now in relation to what Council intends to do to answer their simple question of our roads are potholes, they're a mess, what are you going to do? What is the simple message that needs to be conveyed to the community about that? That would be part A of my question. Part B of my question would be in relation to Tambourine Mountain, where most of the most travelled roads are muck roads. Who should the community talk to advocate to get permanent fixes on the road? Do they talk to the council because they have an RMPB, or do they talk to the main road? They constantly do not know who they've got to talk to, who's responsible for this, what part every player's got to do, and they get shoved from one person, one department to the next, and get very frustrated. So what advice can you give us or Tambourine Mountain in particular, as to how we're going to get our main roads made better and fixed?
Part one of your question has talked about potholes. The reality of it is, if it's on a main road, the most appropriate step for someone who's inquiring about that is to contact Main Roads. We certainly, as officers, will certainly provide advice to the department as well if we're aware of particular issues or aspects with regard to having to patch those holes as well. If they're on our road, certainly the normal channels are 555 405 111 or lodge an email request through the system. But generally speaking, immediately after rain, most of the trouble spots are known by our team members, and unfortunately, we just don't have enough people to react, and also need to understand that during some more intense events, it's just not safe for our teams to be mobilised to go out and fix the potholes that are there. Now, as far as advocating, I believe that yes, council has a role to play with regard to identification of trouble spots, and certainly myself and my team do pass on suggested locations of where there are certainly repeated issues, and certainly would advocate also that members of the public put in inquiries to the department also with regard to those locations. Hopefully that's answered both part A and part B of your question.
Thank you. Thank you, GM. Anything further, councillors? Okay, introduce the recommendation, please, GM.
The recommendation is that council note the update of the delivery status of the 2021-2022 Infrastructure Capital Works Program.
Seek a mover. Councillor Chalk. Further questions? Any further discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Councillor Chalk, you wish to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, it has been a challenging, especially 6 months, but probably longer than that in this area. So, congratulate the team for the continued work, and hopefully we get some better outcomes next year with the weather, and they can move forward with some of these projects. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? Councillor McConnell.
I will reiterate Councillor Chalk's comments. We have nearly 2,000 kilometres of roads, and it's not a large team, so they can't get to every road and every pothole in the first week. So it will take a little while for them to get through, and I congratulate the GM and his team on getting most of the roads fixed up fairly quickly. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further seeking leave to speak additionally? I would add a comment. I think the harsh reality that we face, this has been an abnormal long, and as was said earlier, the underpinning of many of it, particularly our older roads, has been significantly compromised, and that means there's temporary repairs at best in some places and some major challenges, and there are some, like, I'll call it out, Shelf Road, a section of that, for instance, that's significantly compromised, that will take a major engineering solution to remedy, and that's continuing to suffer degradation because of the ongoing saturation in the soil. I call out the reality that we should not presume that the wet weather impacts are over. Whilst some may say this is unprecedented, I must be getting old enough because I can remember a number of occasions in my lifetime where we've seen significant rainfall events right through the centre of the year and right through as far as late September, in fact, those sorts of preconditions are possible for us, and that will continue to hamper the ability to make headway and the constant reprioritising. I also think it's important that we recognise, councillors, and that we just do salute the efforts of the team. it's easy to say, well, we should just find more people and have more people on standby so we can accelerate the response. That comes at a high cost as a service level, which is beyond our reasonable capacity. There's apart from the fact that every contractor around southeast Queensland is being stretched between at least 11 local government areas that have suffered significant impact. I think it's now 14 or 15, in fact. And then go across the border, that's even compounded further. There's a lot of competition for resource. And I really do thank our teams for I've seen some amazing efforts for people who, as early as it is safe, they are out there trying to introduce remedies to allow reconnection in our communities, and I do thank them. It must be very difficult going back to the same location for the 5th and 6th time in a few weeks because of where the next storm occurred. Thank you very much for those efforts. Wishing to close. Those in favour? Councillors? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move, and thank you indeed, GM, and to your officers. Greatly appreciated. Continue to face the challenges. And we move to item 10.7 with the GM Council Sustainability now on page 72. And we will consider some more of those impacts as they flow through.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. 10.7 relates to the Council Monthly Financial Report for April 2022, and extend a welcome to the other councillors and those attending in a virtual capacity. But I guess, just on the back of that previous item, preface the introduction by saying, we continue to see the number of contributing factors, not just the weather, that continue to compound and certainly bolster the hurdles that prevent the effective and efficient delivery of the key projects and services as contained. And I think there was some good discussion and highlighting of the key factors in that previous item. So I won't necessarily provide additional context to that, other than highlight another addition to the report that provides further clarity around those aspects. But certainly, getting back to the report proper, as of the Council's financial position as at 30th of April sees the statement of comprehensive income indicating a net operating surplus of just over 7 million. Now, the contributing factors to that is obviously from operating expenditure side. See some continued positive outcomes with continued vigour in some of those activations of fees and charges activities that council provide, especially with the building and property related aspects and additional usage when it comes to refuse tipping fees. We did get the prepayment of the 2022-2023 financial assistance grant, which is a general sort of event. They generally pay the first quarter in the previous financial year. Offsetting the revenue side of things, we've got, as contained in the executive summary there, page 77 of 91 of the agenda, gives you some key points around the expenditure side, materials and services, highlighting some of the continued vacancy rate, and obviously some explanations around that vacancy rate, the unstable employment market and difficulties and attracting suitable employees and such. So I've highlighted some points here around the capital side, but I think that's been provided for in part with the previous report, and I think that report aligns with the period of reporting for this financial, so I won't necessarily delve into that, but certainly if any additional questions, we can touch on that. I will, if I could get everyone to go to page 84 of the report. So just going on that previous item around the capital expenditure, you would have noted that we have included because of the impacts of delivery of these and some of those projects that are adopted for as of 24th of June last year, that really, once council got commitment or council provided a commitment in terms of adopting the budget, some of those projects would go over multiple years, and then that's why that introduction of the period 13, so the revised budget, to show those multi-year projects or projects that have been hampered by in delivery. If I go to Mr. Mayor, you see that on that column on the far right of that, it has a figure of 28 million and 12,000 that relate to capital projects in their particular fields. Now, if you go to the very end, the last page of that report, which is page 90 of 91, it now provides a further breakdown of those projects into their particular listings. And you can see, whilst in the annual revised budget, it provides for the full program or the full budget for that particular program. You can see where there's expected to, and I'm just taking the first line there, which is the enterprise Beaudesert Enterprise Precinct pavement rehab. There was a budget of 700,000, but 600,000 of that will be carried forward into the new year. So that provides more insight around, in general terms, where that capital works is being required to be carried forward and recognise that it wasn't delivered in this financial year. Couple of the other key points, Mr. Mayor, if I change back to page 85 of 91, the financial performance investments, it is pleasing. I just thought I'd like to add in there, just with the changing economic environment, it is pleasing to see that we are getting into some rates that allow for recognising some clear income when it comes to council's cash investments. That with the Reserve Bank changing the interest rates, that's certainly being reflected accordingly with cash at hand and investments in deposits with banking and QTC. But that was probably good to point out. The next page is there, just quickly again. Pleasing to note that as compared to the previous month, in March, as of March, we were reporting 24.6% local spend for the month of through until 30th of April. That's now up to 25.2%. And I think the previous month we did explain some of the abnormal transactions that saw larger than expected transactions that weren't necessarily inherent in previous years that sort of distort the figures this year. Whilst we were trying to aim for 34%, there's some big project items that have been delivered that have caused that to be not as high as what necessarily anticipated. However, the continued focus on trying to activate where possible the local spend is continuing. The next page, page 87, just a quick point to add there is that for the month of April we saw a further reduction of about 497,000 in the rates outstanding. That's now around 5.5 million, down from the 6-something million in the previous month. There about the key highlights as of April. I guess to put April in context, when the April report was put together, that was prior the Thursday, February 13th of May rain event, and subsequently we've also started the planning for the March budget review, which probably seems a distant memory now after that event, so there'll probably be some factors to review in that as well. But that'll go through the process and certainly give an updated position or budget-wise of where council's tracking through until 30th of June 2022.
Thank you.
They're my points, Mr. Mayor.
Councillors, questions? Okay. I guess we'll get to some comments perhaps in a moment, but if there's no questions, let's move forward to the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. The recommendation for item 10.7 today is that council receive the unaudited financial statements for the period ended 30 April 2022 for the financial year 2021-2022.
Firstly, seek a mover. Councillor Chalk. Thank you. Now, any further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Councillor Chalk, you wish to speak?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Oli, for providing that summary. I just wanted to sort of say that I think, as regards to reporting on this financial things, has really improved over the last few years. There's a real effort being put in to make these documents easier to read and easier to understand, and I acknowledge that and congratulate you and the team for providing that for us, for our understanding. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? I would just speak additionally. Obviously, the reality of the year we're facing, there's, as you've heard, there are a number of projects that are being pushed back. I think that table on page 90 is a reminder that some projects were already scheduled to run over 2 years, even though they have to be shown this year. Some of them were intended to run over 2 years. In reality, there are some that we would have desired to start this year that will be pushed further back and likely form part of next year's work program, depending on what else happens over the rest of these weather events. But I agree with the observation. We've been on a journey to get better visibility, to have the understanding. I think the so-called month 13 helps give that understanding for more of a simplistic understanding of what's happening with the movements around things. And the constant challenge we have is the getting approval. Some of the things that are in there that have a tight timing around their delivery, and we have to keep going back to seek approvals to extend some of them where they're funded from outside, is also a complexity that may see us prioritising things sometimes that aren't always where we would like to prioritise, but it's either that or lose the funding on behalf of the community. So strategically, we have to make some of those decisions. But a great report highlights many of, again, the challenges we know about resourcing, availability of resources in the market, the timing and access, and the fleet, the challenge of fleet turnover and access to replacement fleet continues to haunt us. And those are examples that everyone's facing, but it's hitting us financially in time as well as performance. Thank you. Any further? So speak. Councillor, you wish to close? Those in favour? Councillor Swanborough?
In favour.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We have 2 items now listed to move into a closed forum for. Items 11.1, selection of external recruitment agency for Chief Executive Officer recruitment, closed under section 254J3G. And item 11.2, selection of an external recruitment panel member for Chief Executive Officer recruitment, closed under section 254J3G. And just to remind for clarity, the wording around those sections for those who occasionally give comment about why closing, my understanding of that wording is it's broadly that it's about negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government where public discussion might prejudice the interest of the local government. So that's one of the acceptable provisions, and under that assessment it's proposed to move into closed session for those 2 matters. If there's no other direction requested from councillors, then I seek a motion to move into closed session. Councillor West, any further discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell, wish to speak, councillor?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Anyone wishing to speak against? We put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Thank you. We're now moving into closed session. For those in the gallery, we will be adjourning for some lunch as well during this time. and therefore, as with the normal protocol, I suspect with the matters before us, I'm summarily bad at assessing how long it takes to get understanding and deliberations, but I am suggesting that the earliest we would be able to return would be, I'm going to suggest 2 o'clock would be the earliest. I don't believe we could have lunch and then deal with it in a half hour. So again, as with my prior protocol, if we return, we will return on the half hour, i.e. if it's not 2 o'clock, it'll be 2:30 or 3 o'clock if it labours that long. So that's just to allow clarity for those in the digital world and allow us to get on with our deliberations. Thank you for your participation. We bid you temporarily a good day, and we move into close. Thank you. Councillors, I seek a motion to return into open session. Councillor McConnell. Seconded, Councillor Enright. Would desire to speak? If not, put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Swanborough, you're back. Hello, Councillor Swanborough. We just double check if we've got Councillor Swanborough with us. However, we do have a majority resolution to return into open.
He texted before, he said he was connected.
Yep. It looks like he's online, but whether he is, we'll just... So we now welcome back the gallery. We are back into open session. We're just confirming we have digital connectivity with Councillor Swanborough. Councillor, can you hear us?
I don't want to call him.
No, you're not going to call in case he's... No, so... I'm not sure what we do here. Councillor Swanborough, one more time. We're keen... Sorry?
You can hear, but the mute's blocked.
Just, Councillor, just double check your mute settings because we have you unmuted from what we believe at this end. Just double check you haven't got... Right. Yep. So just check if you've got two different mute buttons.
Sometimes there's a mute button.
Mute button on the headset as well as on the computer.
Yeah, we might just quickly kick it off and then join back in.
Righto, well, we'll just pause for a moment. Sorry to the gallery, we're just we'll just sit quietly for a moment and see if we can reconnect Councillor Swanborough. Thank you, Councillor. We have you back with us. Thank you. We have a recommendation from the GM regarding item 11.1, a recommendation in 4 parts. GM, would you please introduce your recommendation?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The recommendation for this item is that 1, Council note the officer's proposal assessment attached to this report. 2, Council consider and select the preferred supplier for Chief Executive Officer recruitment. 3, Council note budget implications of the appointment of an external recruitment agency. And 4, in accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Scenic Rim Regional Council Standing Orders Procedure, the report on this matter be published in the ordinary meeting minutes 24th of May 2022, and Council maintain confidentiality over the attachments to the report on this matter due to the commercial and confidence information contained therein.
Thank you, GM. Noting the content of that, I would propose from the Chair an amendment before we seek a mover, and that is that the General Manager People and Strategies recommendation be adopted with the exclusion of recommendation 2, and the following paragraph be added in SIDAD, and that is that 2 to read, Council approve the appointment of MacArthur to assist with the Chief Executive Officer recruitment process. Noting that as a motion moved from the Chair, I seek a seconder, Councillor McConnell. I'll reserve the right to speak to close if someone wishes to speak against. Anyone wishing to speak? No, then I'm happy that we just proceed with the motion. Those in favour?
Yes, in favour.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 11.2. And without the introduction of the recommendation, again from the Chair, in light of discussions today, that from the Chair that Council defer consideration of this matter to a future meeting. Full stop. Any? Okay. Am I getting any governance feedback there? No? Thank you. Move that. Seek a seconder. Councillor West. Again, nothing to discuss to it. Anybody wish to speak? Put it to the
Yep. I'd like to move an amendment to the motion.
I'm listening, Councillor.
I'd like to put a time frame on that, that we can consider this matter at the next ordinary meeting.
Certainly.
So we can keep it moving.
Certainly, I think that was our intent, Councillor, so happy with that clarification. So, Councillor, without going through the whole process, I'm very happy to accept that clarification to the original wording and to seek the support of the seconder to my wording, not to yours. This is to my motion. This matter. I think that's still achievable, given what we've talked about. I'm comfortable to accept that additional clarification. Councillor West?
Yes, so am I as the seconder.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we've put that. Any further discussion? If not, we put it to the vote. Those in favour?
In favour.
Thank you, Councillor. That is carried. I do note that from a report preparation point of view, that will be a challenge given the timing. However, given the nature of the matter, I think we'll manage that process. Councillors, that brings me to the end of the agenda items before us today. Those in the gallery, thank you for joining us, and we will bid you good day at 3:07 p.m. and bring the meeting to a close. Thank you.